Yeah, just a minute. Too much shit in the background. Thing about big girls. I'll get you in here in just 1 second here. 1 second. This other page. What's up, fucker? This thing working?
Can you hear me?
Yo. What's up?
Yeah,
Is this working?
I hear you. I see you.
Crazy. Well,
I see you changing the color of the scrolling.
the
marquee
banners.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you do exorcisms like a Catholic priest?
You don't have to be Catholic to do exorcisms. Just got to believe.
That's probably true. But the Catholic priests have a
Oh, yeah.
kind of a structured, methodical, very methodical,
Dogmatic.
kind of step by step,
Yeah.
kind of and if
Yep.
something doesn't go right, then you have to start over, and you have to, basically it's it's kind
It's a
of
seance.
it's interesting, but I know
Yeah.
that basically it's just a way of trying to break a mind, I think.
Yeah, kind of. I think, and I mean, really breaking the spirit too. I mean, that's the whole kind of essence of. Did you see that one that I did with Jeff and Chris that one afternoon? It was a couple of months ago when I told the story about the couple exorcisms that I've been involved in.
No, I missed that.
Somebody keeps bringing it up, and I forget who it is, but there's only got a handful of people there. But yeah, I was a spiritual warrior for a long time. Hardcore. And not so much anymore. It's pretty much no point to it, as far as I'm concerned. You can fight it all you want to, but as far as it goes, we were told to be fishers of men and save the fighting of evil for the professionals. And I'm not an angel, so I've definitely seen a lot of fucked up shit. I've seen a lot of fucked up shit in my life, and had more spiritual experiences that don't have to do with Jesus Christ than anything else. So could be the mushrooms, could have been the acid, fuck, who knows, but dated a Native American gal early, kind of first 2-3 years of high school, and her mom was a fucking witch doctor, come to find out, like a Native American tribal elder. God, it's not a fucking, it's like Sacagawea, but it's not Sacagawea, it's fucking whatever. She was a ceremony leader, and man, she could make stuff come out of the fire. She could make stuff come out of the snow. She had a fucking pet moose, dude. She raised a bull moose from the time it was a baby. It was abandoned, and my girlfriend would ride this fucking moose around.
Whoa, those things get huge.
Yeah, man. Incredible shit. We had a couple times with lightning storms and stuff that were pretty interesting, but man, she definitely kind of turned me on to the different side of being raised Catholic and really dogmatic, altar boy, fucking all that bullshit.
You were raised Catholic?
Oh yeah. Gotta have that Catholic guilt.
Catholic guilt. I think I know what that means.
The one thing that's pretty much ravaged the whole entire fucking world and corrupted other religions.
Yeah, so you don't think that was like just a 50s Victorian era thing?
No, not at all. I think, if fucking Ward Cleaver was living in today's day and age, he'd be making $87.50 an hour. the dynamic that goes into just that fucking thought goes all the way deep into religion, that it's all a bunch of fucking fear-mongering bullshit to keep people controlled. And there's very few, there's, a handful, maybe a dozen, out of the 4,200 gods that are worshipped today on earth, there's maybe a dozen that are solely focused on personal enlightenment. And you can see Catholic guilt work its way into each one of them down the line. Yeah. It's like, the fucking Aztecs didn't they didn't sacrifice virgins and just throw them off the fucking cliff unwillingly. The virgins went willingly. It was an honor. It was a prideful. It was a respectful thing if you were chosen to do that for your tribe. And we look at all this shit like in such a one-dimensional way. Fuck, man.
Yeah, the Catholic guilt thing, I definitely think is real. I wasn't, raised in religion or anything, but I did spend the night over at a friend's house from time to time, and
Oh yeah.
like Saturday night or whatever. And so we'd go to with his family. I'd go to church, the Catholic church with them, and it was, that was like my first exposure to any kind of religion or whatever. But we would go out and do things like vandalize the neighborhood and stuff.
Oh yeah.
And he would, have that kind of that guilt. And then there were some girls there that we knew too from school, and it was just I definitely sensed that the Catholic guilt thing was definitely a thing.
Well, I mean, yeah, for sure.
It's not really.
Jesus died, they came up with it. Only took them 300 years to get their own Bible written, so fuck.
But that spirit of guilt and condemnation really isn't coming from God or Jesus. That's their flesh or the the accuser that's condemned. That's making you think that it's you condemning yourself, but that's really not God.
Yeah, it's a big scam. One big scam. I'm ordained in two different types of Christianity, and then I got ordained in the Church of the Flying Spaghetti Monster as well. The cool thing about the Spaghetti Monsters is like America. We get to fucking welcome anybody and everybody. And not only that, but you know what? I will fight for the rights of the people that I don't fucking agree with. Sounds like a pretty based fucking ideology, until we get a bunch of fear-mongering fucking fascist wannabes coming in and fucking want to be king. And we got people supporting a fucking douchebag that wants to be king. I don't know.
Well, he just wants to be king in name only. He doesn't really want to be king. I mean, you're talking about when he was talking about with Kim Jong-un or whatever, and he was, kind of praising how that total authoritarian, godlike figurehead is set up. Even George W. fucking idiot Bush said, he'd be in favor of a dictatorship as long as he was the dictator, So it's just that kind of a stupid thing.
How many dictators ever gave up their power, especially on the first day?
Donald Trump. I mean, he did leave.
Yeah,
he's a dictator. I mean, I know like Democrats, they try to paint him in that regard, but this is the guy that delegated everything. All the decisions and whatnot. He always delegated to the governors because that's his style.
That's what they all
nowhere near what a dictator does.
No, as far as how he ran his cabinet and his government and his people, yeah, he acted like a dictator. He was an authoritarian. Nothing got decided on without him being involved.
Well, he had to be involved. I mean, he's the head. I mean, he's the head. But even like the stupid vaping thing, or the cigarettes, or the vaping, or whatever, like he had. Even Mitt Romney, who was opposing him on everything, even he was in a kind of a meeting or whatever, and and he would always get consensus or get everyone's viewpoint before making a decision. He's prudent like that.
Yeah.
So the dictator thing, it just doesn't ring. Doesn't hold up.
Other than the fact that he said on camera that he wants to be dictator for a day, and that he said multiple times that he would like to be just the dictator just for one day, right?
Well, I don't remember any of that, but if you were talking about what he was talking about with Kim Jong-un or whatever, or if he was just talking about legislation in Congress.
Every single speech, he says it. He said it at least a dozen times in the past few weeks. Live, on the fucking camera, on the stage, to his crowd. He's taken the fucking national anthem and revamped the national anthem, right? And is making people pledge allegiance to him at his fucking rallies. No joke, dude. Yeah.
I don't know. I haven't seen any of that.
100 fucking %. There's
and if he's talking about hypothetical, it'd be nice.
There's so much proof. There's so much fucking proof. It's not even a topic. The problem is
he didn't even mandate the vaccination. So the fact that he brags about warp speed and the vaccination, but yet didn't mandate it, that proves he's not a dictator.
That proves nothing. That proves absolutely nothing other than the fact that by the time the shit was coming out, Alex Jones had got a hold of the fucking message and Trump got bulldozed. He was trying to take credit for getting it out fast. And then he fucking switched. It's real fucking easy. Middle of February. Like on a dime, switched. To being a fucking we don't know, and then try to delay the fucking rollout, which cost literally millions of fucking American lives.
That's not true because
it is. It 100% is.
The vaccine, literally 2 days after the election, and he was still president, lame duck president, and he didn't mandate anything. And he could have. He left
it up to the states. Like any president would have done. You leave it up to the governor, depending on the local situations. Okay. We had no mandates in Idaho. Okay. Everybody else around us had mandates. Okay. Everybody I know got sick one way or another, whether they got the shot or not. Okay. Everybody got sick. Everybody admits that they got fucking COVID-19, that they were ill from it. Everybody knows it. There's long COVID. There's short COVID. There's different types of COVID. Right? There's 2 or 3 different strains now because people won't get vaccinated and this shit's mutating. I like to believe that I live in the best fucking country in the world, that we can come up with shit like that because we can, because we do, because we lead the fucking world in being smart, being fucking innovative, coming up with shit when we absolutely have to save our fucking fellow people. And there was at least 4.5 fucking months that he sat on that shit and didn't do a goddamn thing about it and delayed the rollout. And I know 7 people that aren't fucking here today. Okay, everybody I know got sick. It's only the people that I know that didn't get the fucking jab that ended up dying.
Well,
and I know plenty of people that got
didn't get sick.
Plenty that didn't. I know plenty that didn't. They're still alive too, which is fine. But you know what?
But the thing is, with the vaccination, it didn't come out until literally the day, 2 or 3 days after the election. And so, when you say he delayed for 4 months or whatever, I don't see how that's even possible.
In September the year before, and they, here's the thing: we've got more fucking technology than anybody can ever fucking even possibly imagine on a tip of a fucking needle. Right? There's so much shit behind the scenes. We have no clue. The biggest fucking bank of all viruses in the world is in Hamilton, fucking Montana. Not in fucking Wuhan. It's in a fucking podunk little fucking town in the middle of nowhere, buried in fucking nuclear silos of old missile silos that aren't fucking there anymore, right? The biggest fucking bank of all viruses. Every known virus known to fucking man. There's fucking 30,000 virus banks on Earth. 30,000 virus banks. So we can fucking have them so we can make vaccines real fucking quick when we need to. Almost like we're a fucking alien race that's on this planet that kind of like can foresee some shit. I don't know, man. I got more faith in my fucking in my government and in my fellow being and my fellow fucking man than to say that everything since the Dark Ages has been a psyop. Because if one thing is, it all is. And there's one thing I learned at the fucking church up here that happened to be the Nazi skinhead church of North Idaho is tactics and how to fucking invade the government and how to get people to fear each other. Because you keep them looking at each other and they won't look at you.
Yeah, that goes all the way back to war and Sun Tzu. I mean, that's nothing new that they created.
No, but you know what the number one thing of fascism is? The first point, the first goal, the first resolve, the first action point. Divide and conquer. And there's so many ways to divide and conquer, right? You know what the ultimate one is?
Anything available.
It's a psyop. The word psyop is the fucking psyop. Getting people to question everything and each other is the number one goal. It's the easiest fucking thing to do. It's the easiest way to get everybody split. You know, look at the country like a log, right? That tall and that big around. You split that thing in quarters, then you split it into 50. Now you take each 50 all the way down as small as you possibly can. You're never getting that log back together. And the whole point of this whole fucking thing from the beginning of Newt Gingrich and the whole fucking revolution of them on the other side of the aisle are evil. And we will not work with them because our morals and our standards are too fucking high. Right? So we have a government for the past 40 years that hasn't done shit except for one side tries to get something done and the other side goes, you're evil.
Yeah, it's the classic subversion.
I mean, am I wrong?
No, I mean, it's you know, it's been like that since Art of War in ancient China, you know, in terms of bringing down nation states and groups. I mean, that's what it is. I mean, they cause division between government and the people, people and the people, man and wife. I mean, anything and everything.
You don't actually pass any policies or you don't do anything when you're actually in office except for teach your constituents to fear the other side. Rather than doing any goddamn nothing, passing any fucking no nothings, it's all about control of the fucking mind. And I see it. I saw this shit happen in my whole fucking community up here in the 90s. Okay? When I had 2,000 fucking Nazis living in my backyard. For real. Fucking straight up fucking skinheads.
Well, just two things I want to say is, you know, Biden is the only one who mandated vaccinations, and Biden is the one that's arming the Nazis in Ukraine.
You know why? Because he kind of fucking had to. There was too many people dying in the states that didn't have mandates.
But it only applied to, you know, the army and the government employees. Of course, the corporations, followed in footsteps.
To keep the state houses open and to keep the fucking the county clerk's office open and to keep all the rest of the fucking shit functioning. Yes, he had to do a fucking mandate and say that anybody that gets any federal help needs to take it. You know who else has their fucking who has their mandated shots, right?
Canada.
Fucking Fox News.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Every single fucking news corporation had mandates on their employees. And whether or not they're on the screen about fucking blah, 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 okay?
Yeah.
I'm not saying either side is right, bro. I'm not saying that. I'm saying, but
no, but I understand. Yeah, it's definitely hypocrisy.
Completely fucked. Yeah, it's. I mean,
definitely, yeah. You know, and for the right, that are just drinking the Kool-Aid, that's just totally. It's totally confusing for you know, say a diehard Lou Dobbs fan or something. You know.
Problem is that, yeah, no shit though. You know, the problem is fucking education that becomes mental illness, and it's just you know, it's just fucking fact of the matter that uneducated people are very fucking easily to scare and easy to control.
Yeah, I agree with that. Education is definitely a big problem right now.
The whole thing about propaganda is it's not about the message. It's just about wanting the reaction. It's the poke more than the reaction to the poke, right? It's just the fact that you can get somebody to react to something is the propaganda, right? It's not the message behind it. It's not any of the fucking left right bullshit. It's the actual intent behind it that is the fucking action. Thinking about that compared to like how we got this.
What do you think about Obama? How that went down and everything?
Yeah.
Like in terms of his presidency and his legacy.
I think the assholes that are trying to say that Mike Obama is going to come and swoop in July or August and take the nomination away from old Sleepy Joe are completely fucking disturbed individuals.
Probably so.
And anybody that thinks whatsoever that fucking Obama has anything to do with what's going on in today's government should probably be psych evaluated. And that's probably about a third of the country.
But say at the time of, you know, say back at the time of living in the Obama administration and kind of the legacy afterward, how would you characterize that?
Wasn't as good as Clinton. He definitely got the fucking shaft at the end there with popular vote not going towards Hillary and having to have that fucking cocksucker in office for 4 years. I think for the most part, about 90%. I'm with Obama about 90%.
It was so good with Donald Trump that he had to literally bail out the entire oil market.
This is a new one to me.
Yeah, I remember when the Russians and the Saudi Arabians were literally like trying to undersell each other. The oil got down to like $20 a barrel. So he had to. He came in and he literally said, "Okay."
During COVID, the whole entire world faced a supply and demand influx that completely derailed the whole entire system's way of producing, manufacturing, and reproducing and refining oil and gas. Yeah.
Well, it didn't derail it. It actually improved it because the product was so low that it was causing deflationary conditions. It was better for everyone economically, but it was also collapsing at the same time. So he actually stepped in and saved the oil market and said, "Okay, we're going to set the price at $40," and everyone was happy.
You know, the president has absolutely no say whatsoever at all in gas prices. Doesn't matter how many people are underneath him. It doesn't matter how hard he fucking wants it. Okay. Gas prices are set 2 to 3 years in advance. And during COVID, when that shit happened, okay, they were scrambling and the fucking corporations saved themselves.
He pretty much set the price, and the reason is we had our own production of oil.
He had
everything to do with it.
Nothing to do with it.
We had our own supply. We had our own production of oil, and the market was collapsing. And he basically could influence those American companies, and meanwhile, Russia and Saudi Arabia were undercutting each other so much that the
thing
market
is,
was literally fall.
Is OPEC had completely fallen apart. The fucking Egyptians were influencing more oil into it than the Saudis and the fucking Arabs combined. Okay, that's not the way it went. That's not what happened. Okay, the fucking president has absolutely nothing. Doesn't matter what president. Doesn't matter how much
capital. Go to Saudi Arabia then.
It doesn't matter the fucking date of whatever. Okay, gas prices and oil prices have nothing at all. Nothing at all, bro. Seriously, nothing to do with the president of the United States. Nothing.
Well, I disagree completely.
They have a little bit of sway in the public opinion. They have a little bit of fucking swagger as far as it might go through some of the senators that want to wag the tail. Okay, there's nothing. Okay, we're talking about OPEC. Okay, listen to their recordings of their corporate meetings. Okay, they plan everything in advance. It's like a mining company. It's like any corporation in that situation where it's a fucking commodity. Okay, so it's like big corn. It's like big ag. It's like big pig or big pharma. By the time they're that big, much influence, they've already bought off the country. Right? The country's, this voting thing is like, it doesn't fucking matter who wins. Okay, until this one. This right here, the whole fucking world is holding their breath, wondering what the fuck if we're actually this fucking dumb to elect Donald Trump again. Okay, the world is gonna fucking burn.
Well, straight up. In case you haven't noticed, it's starting to burn already under Biden. I mean, he hasn't done anything that I can think of that's one thing that's any good.
Nothing, not one.
No, I mean not even the Amtrak, the train stuff, because he used to ride the choo-choo train every day to and fro to senator. A United States senator used to ride the choo-choo train for 4 hours a day. Yeah. Right?
Yeah.
And Congress and
Delaware, yeah.
Like, how is this productive? By the way, but anyway, besides that, he couldn't even really orchestrate a good deal with that. The workers got screwed basically.
What on the infrastructure bill, or what are you saying? Which bill are we talking about?
Maybe on the infrastructure bill, but on the Amtrak strike, the railroad strike, and then there was the other strike, the auto worker strike. I mean, the workers didn't really gain anything. They pretty much got screwed.
No, dude, the workers got a fully renegotiated contract. That's the point of getting a strike.
Maybe
if they're back to work, if they're back to work, they won. Period. That's how fucking unions work.
Like 10% or whatever is nothing. Like,
they haven't gotten a raise for 15 fucking years. And meanwhile, the corporation is making 3,700 times more profit. Right? And you got a handful of fucking bigwig millionaires getting fucking ultra billionaire rich. And you got guys that are fucking been doing the same job for 15 years, haven't gotten a fucking penny of a raise. Right? And they've taken their healthcare rights away. Piddly dink and fucking taking a little bit every couple of fucking years, right?
Yeah, the worst thing is when they retire, they fucking start cutting their pensions out.
So we're on the same page.
It's definitely not been good. Page. Yeah. I just don't think Biden has
for the working class.
Oh, depending on the industry, sure. But what I'm saying is Joe Biden has no juice to negotiate a damn thing. We gave up Dr. Death for a friggin' WNBA player.
That's a new one too. Decent, I'd say. Yeah, That's a pretty good one. Pretty true.
So anyhow,
but do you think the president actually has something to do with what gets passed in Congress and Senate? Or
yeah,
what
I
doesn't,
think so.
or what doesn't more so? Right? Do they have more so? Do they have more in or gain in what does get passed? Because Trump didn't pass anything. In his Senate, in his Congress, in his Senate, they had the House, they had the fucking 3-sweep, and they got nothing fucking done. Okay, we got the Chips and Science Act. We got the Infrastructure Act, right? We got the Healthcare Act. We got all the Prescription Healthcare and Reduction Act, right? Just those 3 things alone, right? 10 years from now, no matter who's president, are going to save America over $100 billion a year. I mean,
I don't know about that.
Who's the last president to leave office with a 0 budget, right? Who's the last president that had a balanced budget?
That would probably be Clinton, as far as I know, because there hasn't been an actual real budget since Obama, like second term of Obama. It's been a continuation resolution, which is absurd, by the way. And Donald Trump actually submitted a budget to Congress, and they didn't even bother to look at it.
Right. It was his own party that fucking blocked it. You do know this, right? The same thing they're doing with Mike Johnson right now today, right? Getting ready to oust somebody out of their little fucking program, right? This shit is so obvious, okay? It's it fucking saddens me, because I'm also a fucking Eagle Scout. I know it's class president. And I'm still pretty fucking really involved with a lot of shit that I do with building houses, being a part of the Building Contractors Association, Chamber of Commerce, National Association of Home Builders, and all that bullshit. I can see this shit a mile away because I fucking lived it, man. I fucking lived this exact fucking scenario. Watching this shit spread through fucking North Idaho and the whole Pacific Northwest. We fucking kicked them the fuck out of here. And there's all kinds of them fucking moving back up here and all around. It's time to let your fucking freak flag fly, right?
I think that's where they all feel like they're being consolidated into,
Well, their flags are fucking got swastikas on them,
Apparently.
I will fight for people to be able to be who the fuck they want to be. Especially the people that I don't fucking agree with. Right? That is the fucking spirit of America. That is what fucking America was all about. That's why it took them so long to write the fucking Declaration. That's why the first 16 words are what they are in that fucking document. It's the entire foundation of everything is that we are not a declared religious anything. We are fucking not going to declare ourselves as anything. Without that, everything fucking crumbles. Tell me for a fucking minute. If Scientology exists today, if the founding fathers would have founded us as Christians, would the fucking Church of Scientology exist today?
I don't know. I mean, that's kind of really a speculative question. But
would Mormon?
I've got no problem with church and state. I mean, there's separation of church and state is there for a reason. We saw what happened with the Roman Catholic Church and in Europe. So, we know better now.
So, good example. The founding fathers were fleeing persecution from who? Other Christians, right? There's Christians running away from other Christians. Okay, great. That's Christianity. You bet. Okay, now we got fucking 8 different types of Christians and some atheists sitting at the table trying to figure out how to form a new country. And it takes them fucking 7 years to come up with a 16-word sentence.
Yeah, it's not easy, I guess.
You know, and we're so far beyond that. We're so far beyond that document. You know, we're all living in our own little fucking universes and shit. Fucking humanity's in for a rude awakening. Is pretty much what I'm seeing.
Yeah, probably. You know, a lot of it's prophesied too in the Bible, so like it can't be that much of a surprise.
You know, true enough, but we can't. You know, we can't let a prophecy determine our motivation forward. You know, self-fulfilling prophecies aren't prophecy. You know, so
yeah, but you still have to live with your conscience. So you want to, definitely kind of,
well, yeah,
that.
Yeah, definitely.
But you remember on YouTube about, I don't know, maybe even
that's all rationalization justifications, though. Does your conscience is what you know? I've spent years going over on that subject.
Yeah,
I'm also a fucking trained and licensed fucking counselor.
The flesh can justify just about anything that it does if you're just a shitty person, in my opinion.
People rationalize and justify and do whatever the fuck they want to do all day anyway, so
yeah,
I just do it to where I can have as much fun as possible. This next fucking couple weeks.
But you remember on YouTube, say about, I don't know, 6, 8, 10 years ago or whatever, there was the whole great replacement, kind of like propaganda that was floating around. And so the question is, like, if we're seeing the homogeneousness of America dwindle in terms for white people, and they predicted that they're going to move into the Idaho area, like, what do you think about that?
Oh, they're already moving here. They've been moving here. We got realtors right now advertising to separatists and supremacists to come move up here from their area. Oh yeah, straight up advertising.
I can't imagine there's that many minorities there to begin with. So like,
it's actually pretty purple.
Pretty purple.
It's actually really diverse. It's actually really fucking really cool. Really, really fucking cool. And like, we got a couple Minnesota of these golf clubs. Yeah, similar. Land O'Lakes area.
Mm-hmm.
Pine trees and backwoods and mountain roads and a little bit of asphalt down in the valleys. That's definitely a fucking cool spot. I've been everywhere around the country and still couldn't think about living anywhere else.
What's the biggest population of city or whatever there?
Spokane is right next to where I'm at.
Mm-hmm.
Spokane, Washington. That's actually where Jack Talcott's from.
Oh yeah, that's cool. So like about 1 million people, or?
Oh, I think Coeur d'Alene's at. I don't even know. No, not even close to 1 million. No. By the time you spread it out over lots of acres, I'm in Coeur d'Alene, kind of at the butt of this valley, and kind of the peak of the wedge, and then it just kind of shoots out into Washington, and it's just farmland and grapes and whatever the fuck they're doing down there. But
what about the infrastructure in terms of like roads and the electric grid and stuff? Is it pretty old? Is it pretty up to date? Is it good?
40s and 70s and pretty fucked up. Pretty much really fucked up. All overhead. The lake where I'm at, I'm just right off the Continental Divide. So I've got about 60 miles of river coming into my lake, and then it goes down, up and through Spokane, up north out of Washington into Canada, back down into Washington, and then down into the Columbia. And along the way, by the time you get to the ocean, there's 27 dams and or hydroelectric fucking producing facilities.
Dang.
That only spin a third of their generators, maybe even a quarter of their generators.
What does that mean?
That they could be producing a lot more power for a lot cheaper.
Like they could shut down a few of them and just run at full capacity?
They're not even running close to like 2/3 capacity, because energy is a commodity, right? And you can't have these big fluctuations in those hardcore commodities like that, like gold, right? Silver is not a commodity yet, but it's still harvested up here between North Idaho and fucking Australia. We're the two biggest ore producers as far as silver goes. We get more lead out of our ore than we do silver, but we're still the second highest producing silver manufacturer and refineries in the world. I've got these old silver mines that I got claims on. I mean, shit, I got rocks all over the fucking place.
Isn't most of Idaho built on like lava rock?
There's gold in it, and there's rare earth elements, all kinds of fucking rare earth stuff in this stuff. And like these guys were leaching this stuff out on sulfur mills and burning the ore in open pits to crack it, and completely contaminated like hundreds and thousands of fucking acres of valleys and trees. Nasty shit, dude. They came in here in the 90s, went through the Silver Valley and took 3 feet of soil out of all the cities and towns, repainted all the houses, got all the lead paint and shit out of the houses. I'm like, dude, fucking shit up here, make Kentucky look like fucking like honored scholars or something, you know?
Yeah. Isn't Idaho basically built on lava rock or magma, or cold?
Pretty much granite. Yeah, we've got two different granite outcroppings. Then really coming down out of Montana from like northeastern Libby down through. It's all white granite, and it runs up into black basalt, and then kind of all that granite got eroded out of the way in the great floods. And like, I'm on Pend Oreille Lake in Sandpoint, and we've got like a 3,000-foot cliff that goes into 2,000-foot deep water.
Wow!
They've got the biggest underwater sonar around the world.
That's a freshwater.
Yeah.
Holy smoke!
Right. So that one lake can determine for the Bonneville system of dams whether or not they're going to drop or lower that lake specifically. Will push that much more water all the way downstream, right? So they can literally regulate down to the drop of a fucking water from thousands of miles away where the commodity is going to stay price-wise, so that they can increase their fucking fees every few years and jack the prices up even more and not spin any more generators, but get people to think that, oh, we need to do more infrastructure. No, we don't. We just need to turn on the other generator. I've got fucking dump truck. I got fucking thousands of them of good silver-bearing bimetallic ore that could be harvested in a better way than it was back in the day. And there's nobody that can take it. And if they took it, it'd be 2 or 3 years. So we've just been doing the shit ourselves.
Yeah. I think the mining practices have probably come a long way and are a lot better. But one of the things that I was going to mention on the last panel was everyone knows what like crony capitalism is, and like we've seen it and we know what it is. But the problem that we have now is that we have this crony legislation going on, which causes the crony capitalism. And so that's like the root of what's happening now.
Yeah. Where does the cronyism come from? What makes a crony a crony?
Probably the lobbying for good culture.
That they're a paid man, right? That they've been bought and paid for.
Pretty much.
You're not just a simp. You're a fucking employee. And you're a prepaid employee. So now you're a fucking indentured servant.
Prostitute. in most cases.
Oh no, an indentured prostitute.
Yeah.
Like you owe the bank. You know, all that shit that you're living off of right now, all them Gucci purses and all them fucking hair designer bullshit, right? All your fucking limousine rides and your jet planes. These fucking politicians. How the fuck is Jim Jordan worth $200 million?
I don't know. I don't think he's worth that much, is he? That's like Nancy Pelosi money.
He's worth over $220 million. He's been in office for less than 8 years. He's paid $160,000 a year.
I don't know. That sounds like Pelosi's style. You know, I don't know if that's the case with Jim Jordan.
Straight up. Ted Cruz is worth fucking 160 something fucking $million. He'll be worth 300 million by the middle of next year with his podcast. He does a podcast 6 to 8 hours a day, every single day.
Jeez.
Yeah, man.
Well, how is he doing that and it's still running, or not running, but he's on like basically almost every committee in Congress?
Yeah, exactly. He shows up for 5 minutes and gets his fucking talking point in, and then he goes back to his podcast. It's a fucking joke.
It's kind of fucking thing. I don't know how you manage that much that amount of time, because you got to still get with the aides, get your research in,
like your podcast. He'll say, "Okay, I'm going into the meeting now," and he'll get up and leave the podcast and run a fucking long ass pillow commercials and shit, and then come back 10-15 minutes later.
Yeah. But before he goes in and accuses people of whatever they're doing in Congress, he still has to read that shit and know what he's talking about before he says Hunter Biden was banging underage prostitutes over in Ukraine or whatever.
Yeah.
So it just seems like there's not enough hours in the day sometimes.
Yeah, not when you're super hyper focused on what the other guy is. Oh man, it's a fucking parabolic dynamic, is what it is.
So do you think that there's any like China or Russia or Iran or whoever, like major foreign influencers that are actually able to influence what the heck is going on here lately?
No.
You think it's all like CIA internal, like for some weird agenda kind of a thing?
Nope.
Then what the hell's going on?
We're a bunch of blind geese flying around in the fucking dark, honking at each other, and that's about it.
Are you a Gen X or Boomer or whatever? Maybe. Probably Gen X, yeah?
Yeah, basically whatever. Gen X, yeah. Class of 95. What do you think about
the Boomers? How do you think the Boomers handled their situation?
Well, we've got... I think we got different types of boomers and we got different types of Gen Xers. And throwing that big of a net on people, tends to kind of end up in a fucking world full of ad homilies and what if and isms, deflections and redirections. Rationalizations, justifications for sure, cop-outs definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, fuck. I think everybody's done the best they could. I think everybody's looked out for what they would call the next generation. And we're finally at a point where we've grown ourselves into nuance, which is all, that's just the worst point that any society can get to, is when people get complacent. People get, hyperly focused on things other than just living life. and surviving, not having to worry about where we get our food, all the way up to like being all up in each other else's bullshit and like living vicariously through each other type of stuff. So I don't know. I tend to think that my grandma would be horrified knowing that she fought for the rights of women to have private health care, to be able to get good health care when you really fucking needed it, and to not have your church mates and your clergy members calling you out in public because they saw you at the store buying rubbers. That's the whole reason Roe versus Wade was even fucking formed and signed into law, was because Republicans were calling out other Republicans that were having health care in times of emergencies. And having a standard of care that each state at least had to abide by, whether they wanted to or not. And most fucking didn't. Most had stricter laws than the federal guideline.
That's where it should probably stay, though, because, I mean, that's who regulates your insurance companies, is the states.
That's what it all comes down to. But you can't have, you can't have an argumentative objection. You can't have an honorable faith argument. Your first fucking response to anything is, and as an insurance company now, right? I'm the insurance company, and I'm saying my faith is going to dictate how I'm going to insure people and who I'm going to allow to be under my umbrella.
Yeah,
well, faith shouldn't be able to, that's not part of, that's not based.
I think it's actually illegal, actually, but that's not to say that didn't happen, but I think technically that's illegal. But, we need insurance reform too, because think about how many people never file a claim for anything, if we're talking about, property and stuff or whatever, and you don't ever get that money back.
Yeah.
So you wouldn't have to have these people burning down stores or whatever to commit fraud, or if you would just put that money in an investment account or whatever, and if you never made a claim, well, you can get some of that money, if not all of it, back.
Well, it's not about the making of the claims though. It's, okay, so when you have coverage, you tend to use it, especially when it comes to healthcare. Okay, I can agree 100% because we don't get hailstorms up here, and I've spent quite a few years chasing hailstorms and rebuilding houses and hauling houses to the dump and getting hit with big fucking hailstones. And our area does not get hail. We pay the same amount on our insurance for everything else. One fucking hailstorm can cause over $10 to $20 million worth of damage. State Farm alone has $5 billion a year set aside just for hail damage repairs. And it's only getting worse, and the hail's getting bigger, and it's getting more frequent than it used to be. The tornadoes, same thing.
Interesting.
The snow up here, we've been fucking scrounging for snow all year. Now we're riding fresh snow at the end of the season.
Interesting.
Which is good, because we need it. Our snowpack was super light this year, and we didn't have shit for avalanche dangers or nothing, and not a lot of backcountry really accessibility with the way it was. We usually have 12 feet. We had 4 feet up until about a month ago. Now we're up to 6 or 8. Now we're probably up to about 10 or 12, but we need it.
You saw the situation with Lake Mead about a year ago.
Oh yeah, it's still going.
Or a year or two ago. You guys didn't have anything like that going there, did you?
Not really, no. We're so close. I'm an hour away from the Continental Divide.
Yeah.
The ski hill right at the Lookout Pass is right on the Idaho-Montana border. You can literally stand on one side of the fucking ridge and piss on either side, and you go to a different ocean.
Yeah.
But we got so many, chain lakes and just mountain lakes and shit too that feed all the tributaries, and we can pretty much predict at least how dry it's going to be. And then guys will go up into the backwoods and create little dams and log jams and shit on the mountain lakes, the bigger mountain lakes, so we can store stuff up, 68, 70 miles away from the first dam. And then it's not more than, there's no more than 180 miles of water line to the 27 dams that go down to the fucking Bonneville system. So we went and did these tours. I'm going to post some of this shit. I've been putting some of this shit together for a presentation because this is what people seriously need to understand about oil and gas. It's the same fucking way. Okay? It's a big fucking scam. It's the corporation making fucking money no matter what. And that's not America. That's not, you have to take the fucking gamble. Right?
Right, but you also have to pay the people who are, producing the production, in my opinion.
Yes, you got to pay.
Not giving these windfalls to the CEO just because you got the stock price up $10 or whatever. Meanwhile, they can't even, like Boeing, exactly. They can't even make a plane without killing everyone now.
Dude, Boeing's, I know a lot of guys that have worked over there.
But I think what happened was, politics became weaponized, and so, like what you were saying about, people are in each other's business when they shouldn't be any, the political process got weaponized somehow, and that's part of the subversion, and like we haven't been able to find our way out of it, and I don't know if we ever will again. But, it's hard to say, but
you're gonna have to fucking choose to.
Yeah, you're gonna have to choose to.
Fucking collectively.
Find some common ground.
Yeah, there's not much of that. Not much of that going around these days.
So, would you say you've been in more than a handful or a couple handful of exorcisms, or they're pretty? I imagine they're pretty rare.
Not as rare as you'd think.
And you said you had more spiritual experiences that weren't involved with Jesus.
Oh yeah.
Have you had spiritual experiences with Jesus?
I'd like to think so. Yeah, definitely.
And
part of that whole thing is that you're giving yourself to Jesus first to be able to accept the enlightenment or whatever it is, the salvation, so to say. God. Yeah, but the hard thing to me is the Trinity, because as was talked about Old Testament, it's almost a fulfillment of this wanted to be fulfillment, and I don't know. There's just a lot of contradictions that I know, through the couple of guys. The one guy basically reminded me of Constantine, and it was just a real total recluse, fucking badass motherfucker. But there's a lot of weird fucking people up here that do a lot of weird shit, and I didn't know about any of that stuff, and I was kind of I was real big into this recovery scene, and it's kind of life coach shit, sponsoring and whatever. And yeah, but more so like spiritually, just getting away from all that shit, but then hyper focusing on the whatever dynamic I wanted to bring into the spirituality side. And so we had guys that were straight up guys that were Satanists, guys that were Buddhists, guys that were fucking Muslim, guys, all faiths, all fuckers, whatever. We don't care. And one guy was like almost like Taoist monk, like a Taoist monk, right? Just super laid back, but like, dude, I've seen come shit. That guy he can fuck conjure spirits like that for fucking real, anytime he wants to.
Does that entail, like, does that mean inserting spirit into somebody, or does that mean inserting it into itself?
That shit had nothing to do with Jesus or Satan or whatever the fuck you want to name them. Like I said, there's only 4,200 different gods that all mean the same fucking thing that are being worshipped today. 4,200 fucking gods, probably more like 4,500. If we really get into. I mean, really, a couple of sects have millions of gods, so you can take it that deep. But what is the difference between 10 people? 10 people at a table, everybody picks a different god. What's the difference between everybody? It's not fucking 41.99. It's not 41.90. It's not 41.60. It's one, the fucking choice, right? It's the fucking choice of how big we want that gap to be. How programmed are we to fucking hate the other person? To judge the other person first before anything else. Like Jesus said, right? There's not one fucking red letter verse that says throw a stone or fucking, fearmonger your neighbor, grab her by the pussy. I mean, there's.
That was hypothetical, by the way, and he's not Jesus.
No, but it's it's the sentiment. It's you know what I'm saying, though.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's overblown, but I mean, that was like before he was even in politics, and he was just talking with a bunch of dudes in a locker. I mean, it's just a bunch of bullshit. Something you say in high school. It really meant nothing.
But coming from a man that's been convicted and multiple times accused of being a groiper, being a convicted groiper now. And so dumb that he can't keep the lady's name out of his mouth, and is now like, millions and millions of dollars in debt or out of pocket, whatever. The man's broke. He's never had cash. He never just carries cash. He's never tipped in his whole life. He went to fucking military school and learned how to be a shit stick. He conned his way out of the fucking Vietnam Army. Him and his dad got caught multiple times being discriminatory in their tactics on who they would rent to and how they would fund their housing projects that were not his money, that were other people's money that they put their fucking name on. They went broke numerous fucking times, were fined many times for racial shit. He went so far as to buy he made his own Jewish league and gave himself a fucking Jewish medal to make himself look better in the press. The man's never admitted fault once in his life, ever. He's never been wrong, ever. You notice that?
Yeah, that's probably true.
Ever. He has never, ever once in his life.
Talking about, I've never even heard it before. So, like,
it's always the other man. It's always the other guy's fault. It's always be the better. It's always show strength. Right? He idolizes dictators. What do dictators do? They show strength in the face of adversity. They're always, because he's been in front of a camera his whole entire life. He's the first reality TV star politician. He's been in the camera his whole entire life. Okay? His mom, by the time she was 30, was a paranoid schizophrenic. His dad was an Alzheimer's patient by the time he was 55. And now he wants to fucking be king. I don't fucking get it.
I don't think he wants to be king.
You know what? I do get it. I do fucking get it. Because he's a fucking actor and he's been trained and he knows how to use his voice and he knows how to speak just like Obama did. With his cadence and his trigger words. And his cadence and his pokes and jabs. And his trigger words and his pokes and jabs. And then the trigger words, poke and jab.
I mean, if he literally trolled the entire Republican contenders out of contention, that's not that just shows you how weak our politicians are. I mean, he just steamrolled them with just a couple of trolls. Yeah. That's on them. It's fucking pathetic. So like it's fucking pathetic for our whole country. That is pathetic. Like if we were to go to the House of Commons over in Britain or something, if they were to have a real debate, like they would be lapdogs to those people.
No, they fucking already are. That's the problem. Every politician pretty much down to maybe county commissioner are bought and paid for. There's nothing in this fucking country that doesn't happen with the Republican Central Committee. Every county has a Republican Central Committee, and they are fucking diabolical and fucking screening people for unscreened jobs and, putting in their fucking recommendations and basically going ahead and just trying to install people that are fucking loyalist, fucking hack pigs that do what they're fucking told because of fear, and because of fear. They, them, the others, all these other things. Do nothing, get nothing done, fucking bullshit. Well, and I got city councilmen and I got fucking county commissioners that wear fucking swastikas on their chest and hang out at the fucking city beach.
Yeah, it's total corruption, at this point. If anything proves that, it's the Fannie Willis, whatever, in Atlanta. It's so corrupt that they, even in the schemes, they have to scheme the scheme to try and get over somehow. So it's just total corruption, top down, bottom up.
There we go.
So as far as the like, I've done LSD and shrooms and everything or whatever, way before I was a believer, and I never had any like quote unquote spiritual experiences that I would consider spiritual, like with any entity whatsoever. Tell me about a couple of things that happened to you.
Oh.
Like, were you on DMT or was it just natural stuff?
No, mostly natural things. Like a lot of stuff when I was I don't know. I'm trying to kind of figure where the line was. I haven't thought about it this way, but probably up until like mid-adolescence was always, I don't know, definitely aware and had a couple of near-death experiences basically that just woke a couple different things up, picked my buddy's brains out of the snow in a snowboarding accident, and was pretty traumatized off of that one. I don't know. Definitely had a lot of out-of-body experiences and talked to other, whatever you want to call them. Definitely seen some shit that definitely didn't think was possible. definitely did happen, and definitely has no explanation.
Yeah. So, with that in mind, how do you go from having those experiences, which I imagine are kind of not comfortable, to wanting to actually be an exorcist?
I didn't really. So I was there as basically just as a spiritual warrior to present energy, and the other guys did their.
Yeah, gotcha.
The one guy I kind of witnessed him do a couple that were really kind of low key, not very active and whatever. Another one that was definitely like, I don't know, man.
Like the Exorcist movie, kind of intense.
Better than what you would figure, for real life compared to, high grade makeup and everything else.
Yeah.
But manifested energy is something that anybody can do.
What kind of energy?
Manifested.
Manifested energy. Okay.
It's just it's like a whatever, it's just a term.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
But yeah, this one gal, she was in really bad shape, and I don't know. I think we went 6 or 8 hours into it. By the time it started getting light out, she got all bugged out when the sun started coming up, and guys were holding her down. She was, I'll bet she grew. It looked like she grew at least twice her body size.
Wow.
Just inflated,
Yeah.
And not like ripped out muscly, but just like proportionally,
like swollen.
Yeah, but swollen, but like the same size, but you couldn't tell, right? But the point wasn't to try to figure out what was going on. The point was just for me to stay hyper focused on presenting prayer into the situation, and that's it. And just a real broken down, methodical, meditative way.
That's probably all I could offer too.
I mean, probably spent on that one at least about 6 or 8 hours just praying the rosary, bead by bead, word for word, one word at a time, right?
Wow.
And felt like 10 minutes. Probably, I don't know. Depending on how fast I was even thinking, I think we broke it down to where I probably would have said it. I would have said a whole loop, depending every couple of minutes. So we did the math. It came out to like 3,000 or 4,000 times, and it felt like maybe 4.
Wow.
Type of thing. But in the course of that, definitely saw Carl go through some intense warfare, intense spiritual warfare, like fucking intense. And she fucking lifted that guy 6 feet in the fucking air above her head. It's like Rowdy Piper trying to slam Andre the Giant or something, right?
Yeah.
Fucking threw him across the fucking 6-8 feet across the fucking barn door. There's more to this world than Jesus and the devil on all this spiteful wedge issue bullshit. The othering of the others.
Yeah, for me, that's definitely out of my lane and my realm. But if I was to get involved with something like that, I would want to have Jesus' ability to basically just touch somebody and the spirit leaves them. I wouldn't want it any other way because I'd be too afraid, I think.
Yeah. You get, I mean, really though, it's, I mean, that's, in a way, that's fucking with Messiah complex.
Probably is. You know, Paul had some of that, but part of it is probably just I don't know what the f I'm doing, and you know, if you screw up with something like that, I think it could be like, you know, it could cause death or it could cause even
Oh yeah,
like a spreading of a unclean spirit, so to speak.
Yeah, no shit. It's that's why you don't play around with fucking Ouija boards. Don't want to get stuck, right?
No, I've never had any desire for that stuff. I just try and
just
people.
out of like at a single touch. I mean, I don't know. Healing property like that is something different than spiritual warfare for sure. There's a physicality to it that isn't. Yeah, it's not the same.
Mm. Probably the only thing I would be able to do is like you were doing is, you know, hanging out on the side, praying and you know, kind of dominating the quote unquote spirit of the room or the place that it's happening.
Yeah, it's really, you know, there's two guys that had been, you know, they'd been through this shit and they were part of this well, whatever, it was one of the church groups that had a, it might have been a men's divorce group or a celebrate recovery group, and my screen's fucking pulled back up here.
So when you say, you know, quote unquote, leave it up to the professionals, I assume that you mean like the Catholic priests that actually study these things and like have the process and the system and the, you know, the methodical step by step kind of the things that they do, which is, you know, prayer and like, you know, actually I don't know exactly the process, but it's
these guys
like,
weren't,
you know,
Catholic, but
they weren't Catholic,
but they knew the, you know, the
demonologists or whatever,
the table of contents to follow, you know, and there was a couple of different ways of looking at the curve on when people really start to regress and then bringing them back in, and this one kid, Carl, dude,
these staunch Christians.
Yeah, these guys were blood drinkers. They were bloodletters, and they would let their own blood, you know, and it was like some blood ritual religion or some shit. And that fucking dude, yeah, oh my god, that was some weird shit. I haven't thought about this crap for a while. Yeah, dude, weird shit.
I imagine it's pretty freaky.
To do with Jesus Christ at all. That shit had nothing to do with God and the devil. Sure, spirits, demons, whatever, but I mean, yeah, Jesus himself would have ran away from that fucking thing. Like the old boy in that jail movie, in the Shawshank, or no, it's the Green Mile. No, Green Mile. Yeah.
Oh no, I didn't see that one.
Yeah, the big old black dude.
Oh, okay, yeah.
With Tom Hanks and what's my boy's name? I forget. Anyways.
Yeah.
Good shit. How do I pull up a video in this fucking program here? If I wanted to play a fucking slide or
StreamYard.
Yeah.
Man, I don't know. I wish I.
Good.
I'm just a consumer.
Yeah, I've been using all these pretty much the same.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Radio station what?
Or a program called Coast to Coast with George Norrie.
Definitely heard of Coast to Coast, yeah.
Sometimes they'll have like demonologists on, or they'll have Catholic priests on, and they'll talk about that. And it's always fascinating to me, because like that's kind of out of my window of where I generally, ranging in the spiritual sense. But it's fascinating though, because it sounds really intense, and like you don't know what the heck's going to happen, and you don't even know if you're going to necessarily deliver somebody, even if you're the most prayed up Christian and pure and holy and everything else. So it's just like that alone kind of puts some fear into it.
Yeah, same thing goes with doing like a house blessing, right?
Yeah, I think you're right.
It's just a bigger scale thing, right? There's more nooks and crannies for things to hide, in a house than there are in a vessel. So they kind of looked at it that way, where even if you're maybe expelling half of what's in there, or if you're able to, make a difference in the calming, that it doesn't have to be every time, doesn't have to be this big magical experience of releasing a demon. That, sometimes things take a long fucking time and take repetition, and the person needs to deprogram themselves as well, because they're programmed into this system of whatever they're into.
Wow.
That's a whole other thing of getting out of that cycle. Like, our fucking brain creates muscle memory better than any other muscle, because it has to control all the other muscles. We fucking program ourselves to feel how we want to feel over time. That process continues. It's just a fucking snowball effect. It's the synergy of man. It's the fact that we can't stop evolving. We can't stop thinking. We can't stop thriving. We can't stop wanting, yearning, lusting.
Yeah, even biologically.
Yeah, it's live without fear, right?
As far as like
about fear, fear is everything. Fear is everything. Everything that fucking humanity has to fucking offer is because of fear. We make 90% of our choices because of fear. Straight up.
It's probably true. I would say though,
it's all about inclusion and acceptance. And when we start getting our inclusion and our acceptance dealt with, it's like, we all got to fall apart or something. I don't know, but
as far as like clearing out a vessel versus a house, the mind is probably more. You could probably hide in a mind more than you could in a house. Would you say?
Yeah, I would say that. There's a lot of muscles and a lot of synapses and shit going off in the body, and it's like getting a fucking massage from a really, really good masseuse. You can literally feel them pulling the fucking energy out of you, right?
I wonder if there's like a super exorcist that's like a psychiatrist and a total like born again Catholic.
Does anybody go born again Catholic?
Mike Pence supposedly is a born again Catholic.
Oh my god! I mean, I guess they are kind of that one religion that says, it's okay to forsake me for a while, just as long as you come back to me at the end.
Well, the Christian experience is the centers around the born again experience in a lot of ways, whereas the Catholic, will say those things, but they're more into the dogma and the ritual
Damn.
of Catholicism. So they don't necessarily get indwelled with the Holy Spirit, but apparently Mike Pence has been. At least that's what he's testified to, or what has been said about him. So it does happen. It's just not as common as like regular Christianity.
Yeah, that's I guess most Catholics, I guess I would say though too, do go back. I guess go back to the church, but it's hard to say.
Yeah, it's hard to say.
There's a lot of old Catholics. There's not a lot of middle-aged Catholics around here anymore. So then again, all of our black priests got ran out of town here this year too.
Is that right?
Yeah, we had 7. No, we had 6 ministers, 2 black ladies, 4 black guys in different denominations, and our black Catholic priest also that was South American native, heavy accent, real dark. Ran the fuck out of town. Straight up.
Some of these people are shuffling around from parish to parish because they're having issues with with the other things like the bad stuff.
No, these guys got told to leave. Straight up.
That sucks.
Yeah, they got told to leave. Yeah, we got some motherfuckers up here pulling some fucking shasty shit, and that's kind of half the reason why this channel's coming online again, because it's time to fucking fight the power. We got 2 guys up here. They've gotten themselves elected and didn't advertise, didn't do a goddamn nothing. Because people are so trained to vote red that they don't even know who the people are. They don't know anything except the fear mongering that they've been fucking programmed for the last fucking 20 fucking 30 years.
Yep. And every about 5 years or so, they flip the script on what the red and the blue actually mean and what they are. That's another twist to it.
It's been flipped for a while, though. It's just a matter of marketing it.
Yeah.
Getting the other side to fucking actually believe it. Like I said, that the whole point of propaganda is the poke. The whole point of a psyop is just to get to people thinking that there's such thing as a psyop. There's the information behind all of that shit does not matter at all, and it's all fucking fake. It's all false. It's all fucking people being paranoid. Okay, just the word psyop is the psyop. Everything is not a fucking conspiracy. We're just a big rat nest that got bigger and bigger and bigger. Now we're a bunch of fucking rats. And we're looking back at the rat past going, we're a bunch of fucking rat bastards. Look at the shit that we fucking did to each other to fucking get to where we are today. Let's be nuanced about it and fucking lay around and or stay active and know that we are in the point in time where communication has completely changed. We're at a 90-degree point in whatever fucking realm that we're fucking dynamically in. We went from writing to texting. And I first learned how to do this shit on a fucking beeper. Upside down letters, 911, 420.
Hey.
And now we got this information overload. We're living in a fucking system that's, designed in the 1930s to make kids reliable workers in the workforce. school has nothing to do with school. It has to do with training their mind and their body to believe that they are best off working 8 to 10, 12 hours a day in a factory from a certain point in time to a certain point in time and being happy with what you fucking got out of it.
Yeah.
In a digital age, you know, that's
it's definitely not been effective because
progress happens. You know, that's the difference between progressive and liberal are not the same thing, you know.
Well, the thing for me is, you know, the Democrats, the liberals, the progressives, back whatever you wanted to call them back in the day, they were all still, at least they were still anti-communist and authoritarianism or whatever. Yeah, and you know, and it actually cared about free speech. Where now it's like, you know, it seems like they just want to be like the CCP or like the friggin', you know, the communist Russians or something. It's just
right.
It doesn't make sense.
Who is it that's banning all these books? Who is it that's taking all these books out of libraries and being so concerned about these magical litter boxes in the kids' classrooms?
I don't know. I'm assuming you're going to say it's Republicans, but you know, if we're talking about Twitter or something, that's the Democrats. But that is a good point, though. You know, because I can sit here and say Democrats are anti-free speech all day, but then you say that, and it makes me, you know, yeah, that's probably true.
I don't see any Democrat sheriff like my sheriff, right? My sheriff's getting charged with petty theft.
What?
Or while on duty, going into the public library with a couple of gals from the fucking PMRC on a list of books that was sent out nationwide to the Republican Central Committees. And he sat down with these ladies for a couple hours with a body cam on and stole gay books from the library and then bragged about it. So we're charging him with fucking petty theft.
Wow.
You don't just put those things in your fucking coat pocket and walk out with them. That's a crime.
You mean the AG is actually, or the district attorney is actually trying to?
Yeah.
Because all he has to say is
we're not going to let it go. We are not going to let it go. Fucking cocksucker. I don't care what side you're on. I don't care what side you're on. But that's not fucking right. Your morals don't get to dictate. Our morals don't get to dictate what other people do with their fucking lives. Testimony. Okay? Somebody writes a book, it's fucking testimony. If that helps one person, if that fucking testimony helps one fucking person, then it was worth it. If we don't like somebody else's testimony, we don't fucking pick it apart. We don't say it's not valid because my God says it's not valid. Everybody has the right to their own perspective because life is perspective.
You know, that's what free speech is. It kind of goes back to the whole weaponization of politics, the process
and the
itself.
Right to worship whatever the fuck you want to and however you want to and be whatever you want to. It goes that fucking deep.
Yeah.
You know,
it's weaponized politics, which is a dang shame, you know.
It's just weaponized fucking information in general because both sides do it. I mean, hell, I've been doing it for years.
Hopefully there'll be some common ground to where, like, everyone has to come together, or they'll, you know, there won't be a country or something, you know. Maybe it won't be that extreme, but maybe it will. Because the Democrats and the Republicans, in that sense, that's the system. They're just dug in, and nobody's going to move an inch at this point.
Exactly. And, you know, I only see one side that's really, really trying to pull some shiesty fucking shit right now as we speak. In the smoky back rooms, in the back alleyways, plotting and scheming against the fucking American public. There's a bunch of old, rich, fucking old white dudes. It's not a bunch of progressive fucking tie-dyed wearing hippies. Okay, they're at the fucking music show getting laid and smoking dope. They don't want to fight. They don't want a fucking civil war. They don't even know a civil war is coming. They don't know what the fuck you guys are even talking about. And I got fucking 2/3 of my population ready to start fucking shooting each other.
Yeah, complete subversion, complete success. You know, but you got to remember, a lot of those old white guys were the old hippies, back in the day. You know, and they became crony capitalists.
Some of them, most of them were on more so on the bikers side than the hippies, but they were all in the same gang. So, but the guys up here, you know, half these guys are fucking uneducated idiots, and the other of them are very smart, very wealthy people.
Hey, you know Jake Plummer?
Let's see.
The quarterback for the yeah, he's from up there somewhere. Yeah, I don't know why that came into my mind, but
he's was he from Spokane or something?
I think he's from Idaho. I went to like Boise State or whatever, and then ASU.
Yeah. That's right.
And then became a Arizona Cardinals quarterback for a little while. But he was a interesting guy. I wonder if he still lives up there or whatever.
Jake Plummer. God, I haven't thought about that for a long time.
Jake the Snake. He wasn't that great or anything, but like the Cardinals just sucked back then. they still kind of do, but.
Let me share this.
Anyhow, I think I'm gonna hop off now, bud. But glad we had a talk there, because you know sometimes some of the stuff we say in chat, like I don't know how to take it, you know, because like I just can't get behind just idiot Biden, you know, and so it's like, what is this guy, you know, chameleon? What is this guy? But no, this was good.
He's what you've been told to believe.
Well, but I mean, I can see
he's what you've allowed yourself to be shown. You know, because I mean, honestly, I think if most folks would even take a 15 to 20 minute look at the State of the Union address, some of his recent speeches, the hour and 45-minute speech he did in front of the union workers, is a great fucking speech, and it just doesn't get shown. You know, we can get into something else later too, because you know it's nothing else to do than with money. It's all about the fucking money.
Yeah. Yeah.
Who owns all the media? 4 different corporations own all the fucking media now. And we've got this big influx of out of country money, right? That doesn't have to be declared.
And they're allowed to basically spread propaganda and call it news now, which was something Obama
and normalize everything. There's nothing normal about what fucking dumb motherfucker is doing and what dumb motherfucker is saying every single day.
You know who else is terrible? Like just
either side. Okay? On either side. Okay, I'm saying that. Either fucking side. Okay, it's the fucking game. It's the game being played. They're playing their roles perfectly because they're not aware of the fucking game.
Yeah,
I'm going to do a breakdown. There's a couple of videos that I'm doing some breakdown shit on with the old preacher from the skinhead church up here. and people are going to, you know, at least get my perspective on how these guys were able to manipulate at that point in time about an eighth maybe close to at that point in time, it was about 6 or 8 million people per count or people per quarter. So I mean, maybe a third of what there is today as far as self-declared Nazis, American neo-Nazis. And they were all here. This was their headquarters. And we'd go up after school and smoke pot and drink animal beer and hang out. And then it was time for church.
Hmm.
You know, then it was time for sitting in the back rooms and talking strategy on how to pull all this shit off, how to infiltrate the fucking government, how to get people scared. You know, that's right when the gang at 8, Newt Gingrich, led the charge across the aisle to say, "You're evil, and we will not play with evil." That's an implicit ad hominem. That's the biggest one of all. When, the minute that you call your opponent evil, you fucking lose. They've been doing that for 30 years. The other side isn't saying, "You're evil too." They're saying, "We just want to exist." Right? So now we've got this back and forth good and evil battle, but fucking 2/3 of the people don't even believe in good and evil. Yet 2/3 of the people are fucking brainwashed to vote and think and react a certain way. And we know that there's this group of people in the middle that are the ultra uneducated, the dumbest of the dumb, that will vote because of identity politics and a fear-mongering. Literally ready to fucking kill their fellow American. I fucking hate Nazis. But I'll fight for their fucking right to exist and to be here. If they want to have a fucking parade, you know, I'm fucking down there helping them get it fucking ready. Making sure there's proper security and everything else. We got sued in the late 90s for not giving these motherfuckers a permit to have their parade one year. For discrimination, nonetheless.
Funny.
But, you know, they didn't win because they didn't have all their shit together. They didn't have their porta potties. They didn't have all the proper fencing and the proper signage, proper amount of security, you know, so it was on them.
I was gonna say, if that lawyer won,
you know, under that pretense that we were discriminating against them because it came back in like 2 hours and said, "No, you don't get it because here's the reasons." Well, fuck the reasons. I'm gonna go cry about it real fucking loud. Fucking pussies. You know, and then a couple of years ago, we're down there for our Pride Week. And the fucking Patriot dipshits showed up, you know, 30 dudes in the U-Haul. Yeah, that's what count. Oh, yeah. 30 dudes in a U-Haul. Patriot front. Fucking idiots.
Maybe I did hear about that. I don't remember it, though. Yeah, it's definitely, I don't know if it's internal CIA or foreign or both or whatever, but
no, dude, it's just stupid people.
It's complete subversion at this point.
No, I mean, it's just stupid people doing stupid shit. That's all it is. Okay, we're not that diabolical. You know, this if that shit was going on at that deep of a state, like a mental state, right? If that shit was actually going on, we wouldn't be here today. We would have killed it ourselves off. It's the first time in history that we would have been able to prove that we do things like that to each other. Doesn't make sense.
Well, it may turn out that way. If you're talking about the RNC and the DNC, they have the they have the scope and the reach to be able to do it, but it's just a matter of if they are doing it.
It's already been done. Is the thing. They're just playing the role. Shit's,
Well,
it's a
a lot of
commodity.
it, concentrated in Washington
You got to
D.C.
play that long game. You're playing it. You're playing an 8-year ante on billions. And billions are going to make you trillions. So like, it's the long con. It's the long game. You're buying people off and letting that tide ebb and flow, and you're taking that high tide all the way up to the high. Getting that high ground and then letting everybody else fucking drown. It's capitalism. But it's better than dictatorism where everybody fucking drowns. I'd rather put my fucking faith in nature that the tide will carry everybody. And it's only the assholes that fucking...
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy out there, but I subbed, so if you're gonna be running lives and stuff, I'll be floating around like I usually do everywhere else. So
FattAss, for sure.
All right, man, I'm gonna head out now. So
yeah, we got some good ones coming up with Mel here the next few nights, and
oh, cool, yeah. All right, man.
Yeah.
We'll see you around.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks for coming up.
All right, thanks for
Good
talking.
conversation. Fucking cheers to that. There's only one YouTube street. A whole lot of dark alleyways. Send that to this one. This one. Oh, look. Let's see if it's not catching on that. See what the fuck. Turn the notifications on from that shit too. See? See? The Spanish Inquisition, see? You never see it coming. Nice. 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 Let's see. I can figure this shit out. Oh, 2 viewers, huh? You guys ready for a treat?
Come on now, dog. Come on, man. Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
Morning, you beautiful bitch. It's me, here to tell you to have some water, have a poop, and have a great fucking day.
Have a great fucking day.
You serious?
Emotional, damn it.
The Reverend Uncle FattAss. Happy Monday, all you sexy mothers.
Everyone is gonna die, and no one's gonna remember you. So, fuck it.
Good morning. Here's your daily reminder that people suck and you're gonna get pissed off today. Don't cuss nobody out, don't fist fight, and don't go to jail. You got this, bitch. Good luck.
Do you know how hard it is to wake up every day and look this fucking hot? I mean, no one can even compare. I just feel so bad for everyone.
Do you see anything?
Ah! Something's got me!
That was me. I'm sorry.
Who's that?
Who's that? Who could it be? It's me.
Are you my conscience?
Yeah. I'm your conscience. We haven't spoken for a while. How are you?
Can't complain.
Yeah, good. Tell me, do you see anything?
I see a light.
A light?
Yeah, over there. Hey, conscience, am I dead?
Oh, I won't do that. Apologizing is for the weak and wrong, which is why you should do it to me because you are weak and wrong.
Johnny, Johnny. Yes, Papa. Eating sugar. No, Papa. Telling lies. No, Papa. Open your mouth. Ha, ha, ha.
Everybody get up.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
Morning, you beautiful bitch. It's me, here to tell you to have some water, have a poop.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
You serious? You serious? You serious? You serious?
Now, if any of you sons of bitches got anything else to say, now's the fucking time!
I didn't think so.
Now, if any of you sons of bitches got anything else to say, now's the fucking time!
I didn't think so.
the damn world premiere here coming up. Oh, yeah.
morning, you beautiful bitch. It's me, here to tell you to have some water, have a poop, and have a great fucking day.
It's as easy as one. I love you!
In case you haven't noticed, I'm weird. I'm a weirdo. I don't fit in, and I don't want to fit in.
I'm gonna be a fucking blueberry.
It's as easy as one. It's as easy as one. I'll touch you if you touch me.
I don't wanna go to work cause it makes me really sad, and I gotta deal with people and I don't wanna do that. I am broke even though I work 40 hours a week. It's okay,
I'll touch you.
Another day, another slave.
Take you back to my stabbing cabin.
I'll be a ham-fried biscuit on a dang old cast iron stove. If it ain't my man Captain Underpants. Captain Underpants. How high is the stove, my friend? How high?
I don't know.
Above his underpants. It's definitely not higher than Uncle Fatty, I'll tell you that.
Fucking kick-ass kid. Alright, listen. Keep your shit together. Manage expectations. Be cognitively aware. Fucking don't fuck people over.
I'll touch you if you touch me. I'll touch you if you touch me. I'll touch you if you touch me.
What kind of rain has my boy Forrest Gump never seen before? A little bit of phrase egg riding.
Yeah, buddy. Life is so good. It'd be better if you were here. I know how it is. Don't worry about it. Uncle Fatty's got your back. Much love.
I'll touch you if you touch me.
I love you!
It's as easy as 1, 2, 3.
Now, if any of you sons of bitches got anything else to say, now's the fucking time! I didn't think so.
Oh, I won't do that. Apologizing is for the weak and wrong, which is why you should do it to me because you are weak and wrong.
You serious?
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
Come on now, dawg. Come on, man.
So
Oh shit. Here we go again.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man. Come on now, dog. Come on, man. Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
The Reverend Uncle FattAss. Happy Monday. All you sexy mothers.
Everyone is gonna die, and no one's gonna remember you. So, fuck it.
Good morning. Here's your daily reminder that people suck and you're gonna get pissed off today. Don't cuss nobody out, don't fist fight, and don't go to jail. You got this, bitch. Good luck.
Do you know how hard it is to wake up every day and look this fucking hot? I mean, no one can even compare. I just feel so bad for everyone.
Do you see anything?
Ah! Something's got me!
That was me. I'm sorry.
Who's that?
Who's that? Who could it be? It's me.
Are you my conscience?
Yeah. I'm your conscience. We haven't spoken for a while. How are you?
Can't complain.
Yeah, good. Tell me, do you see anything?
I see a light.
A light?
Yeah, over there. Hey, Conscience, am I dead?
Emotional damage.
Out there. Is there anybody out there? Which one, bro?
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Come on now, dog. Come on, man. Come on now, dog. Come on, man.
You serious?
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
Emotional, damn it!
Apologize. Oh, I won't do that. Apologizing is for the weak and wrong, which is why you should do it to me because you are weak and wrong.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought.
Now water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend.
Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
You serious?
No, God! No, God, please, no! 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 No!
This beat is Craig Ray H. Oh my God, who the hell cares?
Laughing all the way to the bank, got spray flames, I cannot tame or placate the horse.
What the fuck are you doing if you're not chilling? Chill out! Everyone chill!
Yo, what's up?
Oh my God!
One more minute. Shut this motherfucker down. Be excellent to yourself. Take some time for some self-care every day. Reflection. Contemplation. And all that.